Morning, Council. Good morning. Good morning. We'll go ahead and start with the roll call. Laura Schultz, one. Here. Christopher Eaglebear.
Here.
Bud Bearshield. Sebastian Cowboy Wright.
Here.
Stanley Woodenknife Jr.
Oh.
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear. Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Rabbingley.
Oh.
Charles LeBay Jr. William J. Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Belandra. Alvin Bearhill Sr.
Here.
Terry Wright Plank. Here. Pamela Wilcox.
Here.
Violet Kilsensight. Michael Bolt Sr. Kendall.
Here.
Ben Black Bear III.
Oh.
Marion Little Thunder. 12 present. 12 present. We have a quorum. Where's the indication?
Yeah. 아까한테 그때 듣고 아침에 아까한테 쓰나 Grandpa Willard, any of our relatives that made the journeys the last couple of weeks. Chocolate looked at one at Amani. I don't watch them on Ekta Yagoga Penchipo. Well, she jumped on Coop, and I can't know what Takio match at the young relatives that made the journeys. Ochanku watched the Takio or Chitanko with Chakupo. I just want to say thank you for this day. Thank you for allowing us to be here. I want to give this time to remind of all our relatives that made the journeys and all our relatives that are making the journeys this upcoming days that we say prayers for the families and the loved ones, know that we show up for the loved ones and for the. I just want to say a prayer for each and every one of you. I want to thank you for being here and say a prayer that we can come together and get some good things done today and that we can go home in a good way as well. I hi oh hey I hi oh hey I hi oh hey oh hey oh hey oh I hey oh hey oh I hi oh hey hi oh I hi oh hey hi oh I hi oh hey oh hi hi oh hey oh I hey oh hey oh Hong ca she la yo pe tong wang fang hong ke oi o e yong ke shne le na ji ke lo ai hey oh hey oh hey oh ha te ha ya oh ya te ke ha ya wei chi cha le cha le cha mu e lo yo hai yo Oh my God, yeah, I see.
Good morning, Council, and we have 5 that requested to be excused. Lila, Todd, Marion, Charles, and Royal. We have a motion for the, and Mike Bolts will be late. Motion by, oh, Michelle will be excused or late? Bolts, excused or late? Late. Stand.
I need to leave at 3:32.
I hope it's dinner time.
Where she's going.
Bolts.
Good morning to Goyate. I'd like to be excused from 1 to 2:30.
They're bringing teacher Mark back. So like, here.
Anybody else? We have a motion for the excuses by Emily. Or a second? Second by Pat. Question by Bill. All in favor?
Zero.
Motion carried. Okay, agenda approval. Council, this morning, I don't know if you've seen my email, but we do have a Zoom interview with the chief prosecutor applicant at 11. Is there any other additions to the agenda?
Thank you. Governmental Affairs has a short presentation. I'll make it short. I'll make it as short as I can.
You want to move it up on the agenda then?
Track language, whatever you can squeeze it in.
Any other additions? Chris?
Good morning. Yeah, I would like to do my report about the Canada stuff, and then on the 50th, I can do that today and or tomorrow, either or, wherever it fits on the agenda.
Oops.
Can we get an update on Sunrise Apartments and, Turtle Creek? And, I'll just bring the volunteer firefighters up with one of the, when we're there.
What?
Volunteer firefighters. Anybody have an update on what the fair board's been finding also?
Another her report under secretary. So do you want, under the volunteer fire department, do you want them here or do you want them just to have, we just want to have a discussion?
Just a discussion, because I think we need to give them more money to tax, because holy buckets, we've been having a lot of fires here, and just to make sure that they're fed when we have, you know, when they're fighting for like 1 or 2 days, that they're covered also.
Entertain a motion to approve the agenda. By Sherry, seconded by Totes. Question. Chris, all in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Motion carried. Council, there was some discussion that before the meeting started, we going to start with resolutions first or from the bottom up? Resolutions? Secretary, you have your resolution? Okay, so hand out the rules. Finance ones or transportation? Madam Secretary is handing out the resolution list. Yeah, well, there's, and then the other ones that went through committee. There are some that are emergency that need to go through too. I don't know if your committee chairs have any emergency session. Yes, there's a request from health board, if you bring someone. I'm sorry, Ben.
Thank you, Madam Chair, thank you, Council. I just have a quick question for Madam Secretary there, Deb. I know the other day they were trying to get emergency one out for adult corrections. Has that been signed or have both of them?
It has.
We both have them? All right, just a second, thank you.
The petition?
Yeah, that's right, we should get.
Good morning. Good morning. You traded these folks today.
I was really late. I know. Okay.
Enrollment has quite a bit.
If Mike's gonna be late, you guys wanna start your budget and finance? Okay.
No, we got, Chris is here.
Yeah, I can present them.
Yeah.
Chris,
Yeah, as vice chair of budget and finance, I can present the start with the budget and finance. Um. Okay, yeah, it was good. Motion to approve resolution 26-93. 93.
did everybody get them out of their folders?
Budget and finance.
Folks, did you have? Motion by Chris to approve resolution 2026-93, seconded by Coates. Go ahead and read it in.
Okay. I'll start with the seventh whereas. Whereas the United States Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Office has notified the President, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, of the availability of $265,000 for the materials and constructions of a new Rosebud Safety and Dams building. And whereas the BAA noticed the funding availability requests the submission of a scope of work, budget, and budget justification to reflect the amount of funds available. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Safety and Dams Program has proposed the attached scope of work, budget, and budget justification to support the submission of Public Law 93-638 contract proposal for construction and materials for the construction of a safety of dams building to provide office space and climate-controlled environment for the storage and maintenance of the safety of dams equipment. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council approve and authorize the submission of the Public Law 93-638 for construction and materials for the construction of a safety of dams building, and now therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council and authorizes and submits the PL Public Law 93-638 contract proposal to the Bureau of Indian Affairs for materials and constructions of a safety of dam building in the amount of $265,000, and be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his or her authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign any and all related documents to support the tribe's request for modifications of the Public Law 93-638 proposal for the available BAA funds. And that's just
Any discussion? Call for the question. Bill, all in favor?
Well,
Coates,
0,
not voting.
2,
okay.
Oh, 0, 2, Wayne's back there.
Motion to approve resolution 26-94.
Motion by Chris, is there a second? By Sherry, go ahead and read it in. For the record.
I'll start with the fourth whereas. Whereas VA has provided $1,942,000 to the RC Water Resource Program for the project, and whereas two geothermal wells were drilled over 3,500 feet deep, and whereas only one well by the White River Healthcare Center has a pump installed and will provide the geothermally heated water for heating in the healthcare center. And whereas the other well will be used for pumping back the waste heated water back into the formation below the ground surface as required by EPA. Whereas the condition of the second well is in need of assessment and modifications, and whereas the depth of the horizontal pipe that connects the two wells and physical conditions of the horizontal pipe to be assisted by the pothole confirmation digs, or assessed by the pothole confirmation digs. And whereas La Creek Development Corporation was hired to rehabilitate the first well, the production well, as per a tribal council resolution. And whereas the program would like to hire La Creek Development Corporation to complete the assessment of the second well as per the proposal attached, it's $2,863. And whereas RST Land and Natural, strike that. They came to Budget and Finance.
The RSC Budget and Finance?
Yeah.
Okay, instead of not financial.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the tribal council approves the committee's recommendations and directs the tribal president to sign the contract with the La Creek Development Corporation and direct the RST Water Resource Program for implementation.
Any discussion?
I'll call for the question.
Which amendment?
Yeah, with the amendments.
Yeah. Motion by Schultz with amendment. All in favor?
thirteen,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Carried. We have 95, right?
Yeah. Motion to approve resolution 26-95.
Motion by Chris, is there a second? Ben? Ben reading it for the record.
Start with the sixth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration aims to improve car safety across reservations and collaborates with the Maternal and Child Health Program to distribute car seats and car safety education to relatives with new babies. And whereas the Bureau of Indian Affairs Indian Highway Safety Program is offering a child passenger safety seat program grant to reduce the high number of traffic crashes and the resulting fatalities, injuries, and property damages within the Indian communities. And therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the RSTHA to apply for $90,000 in funding from the Child Passenger Safety Seat Program grant from the Bureau of Indian Affairs to purchase and distribute car seats to the Rosebud community members as well as trained and certified car passenger safety technicians.
Any discussion? Call for the question? Tammy?
All in favor?
Thirteen,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. We got 96.
Motion to approve resolution 26-96.
Motion by Chris, is there a second? Schultz. Go ahead and read it up for the record.
I'll start with the eighth whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration offers clinics at community centers to extend healthcare services to relatives who face transportation challenges, accessing healthcare facilities. And whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration's current inventory of vehicles does not allow for individual patient follow-up, nor for transporting health education materials for outreach events. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has gathered several commercial bids, see attached, for mobile medical van providers meeting the specifications for a climate-controlled public health testing and laboratory service van that offers patient privacy. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration reviewed each of the bids for suitability and cost effectiveness and recommends that van and quote number NQ642482, whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Health Administration is requesting sole source procurement for the medical mobile van through Tesco due to their cost effectiveness and previous experience with their processes. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has received donor approval under IHS Native Public Health Resilience Agreement U1B2 IHS 0016 to lease this medical van, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves lease of this Tesco medical van at the total cost of $81,781.44 for the 12-month period on IHS agreement UB12 IHS 0016. And the agreement's in the back.
Any discussion? Votes and Emily.
With this, are there any attachments, like any policies for the use or?
This is just to obtain the funding, and then they'll have to do a budget, and I don't know if they turned in a budget yet for it.
They didn't turn their budget.
Yeah, this is just to obtain the funding, and then,
Yeah, so they could get started.
and then once they get the funding, before they can distribute any funds to them, they'll have to have the policies.
Okay. And the only reason why I asked is because a lot of times we put the cart before the horse and then we're putting it down, way down.
Treasurer Floyd said you have policy, have policies before funding. Emily.
Thank you. I just had a quick question on the attachment. It says potential lease or purchase. So I was just curious what the full price of the unit would be versus the 1-year contract lease use. Thank you.
This,
I also don't have an answer for you.
it's on the back.
It's on the back. Thank you. Also, you can buy it for $150,000. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Votes. Vote seconded. Ben. Question by Ben. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Only got a 97.
Motion to approve resolution 26-97.
Second. Read it into the records.
I'll start with the 8th, whereas the Rosebud Tribe Health Administration offers clinic and at community centers to extend healthcare services to relatives who face transportation challenges at accessing healthcare facilities, and whereas the Rosebud Tribe's Health Administration's current inventory of vehicles does not allow for individual patient follow-up nor for transporting health education and materials for outreach events, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has gathered several commercial bids, see attached, for mobile medical van providers meeting specifications for a. I'm reading the thing. Oh, yeah. Okay, now I'm reading something. Specifications for a climate-controlled public health testing and laboratory service van that offers patient privacy, and whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration reviews each of the bids for, yeah.
Is that the same one?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Out of order.
No, it does have a different attachment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the wrong resolution.
Out of order.
I'll table this until I get the right resolution on it. I
Yeah,
I mean-
the attachments are different.
Yeah,
Good shot.
They look like they're the same with different attachments, but I also would like to note that along with Councilwoman Juan's concern regarding a lease, the report be it resolved does say that we're approving a lease, and the lease is not attached either, so I would just ask that our attorney review any leases before they're signed.
numbers on the same page.
Out of order.
97, 96.
On which page, Tammy?
The technically where the numbers, the agreement number and the.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
I just agreed. You want to table this one?
Yeah, I'll table this resolution.
So I wonder what about the previous one, the 6 that we did? That would not be the.
I might have to contact
Yeah,
Sal
that's
after that.
not the attachment.
Yeah, I'll have to contact Sal or Steve with more information on those ones. Just for clarification. But, in the meantime,
Yeah, 129.
I'd make a I don't know. I think I might be a conflict of interest on this. If it's okay with the committee, I'd like to ask someone from my committee to present this resolution.
Who else is on budget and finance? Ben? Motion by Ben to approve
26-129.
For a second? Folks, read it for the record.
Let's see. Start the 5th, whereas National Public Safety Telecommunication Week is second full week of April. National Correctional Officers Week is 1 week in May, Sunday, Saturday. And National Law Enforcement Week is the second week in May, Sunday and Saturday. National EMS Week is third week in May, Sunday and Saturday. And whereas the honorarium will be available in the amount of $1,500 for the employees that are classified in this category per the director of the program. These honorariums will reflect in the yearly budget code as public safety professionals honorarium and will not count as a cash award. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council to approve yearly public safety professionals honorarium for dispatch, adult corrections, JDC, EMS, and law enforcement in the amount of $1,500. And now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribes appreciates and recognizes all the hard work and the dedication of our public safety professionals. And be it resolved that the President of Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her authorization delegate are authorized and directed to sign any and all documents related to the approval of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe public safety professionals to be honorary.
Any discussion? Sherry and Emily.
I don't think that we had the opportunity to, not the chair this now, but we haven't got the chance to amend this and put it into the manual or even make a recommendation. And I do know we have a motion on the floor to uphold what the manual says. So would this be allowable? You know that, maybe Chris could speak to this more, or Ben, but I was at a budget and finance committee meeting, and didn't the JDC come and you guys informed them to just use their $500? Okay.
I know that our personnel policy procedures now don't address honorariums for the amounts. So that's why that word is used a lot. Okay.
For the question, so yeah, that happened and so the next budget and finance meeting 2 weeks later, law enforcement and ACF both came down, and they presented this resolution with the idea for all law enforcement people that, they have a national holiday for all of them, national day of recognition for all of them, and that's why they brought it forth. Every year they do incorporate it into their budgets. It's just obviously we have other stipulations, so that's right. As per the if it's allowable, we already set precedents with the
What's the recommendation
we brought it forth for discussion. That's what we
to
recommend.
council?
Yeah.
Have Emily and then Ben.
Thank you. I think that's not about to address it, but I just have the question about, if the total amount needed to be listed in there and if the funding source needed to be listed, I was assuming that it was already in an approved budget somewhere, but I was an assumption. Maybe that was another question also. Thank you.
I don't know what the total amount.
I just want to make sure that funding's available if we need to buy.
Okay.
Yes, I guess that's the reason why we brought it to council for discussion. Budget and finance, we've had quite a few programs, just like the professional state, where they were requesting the same amount. So after that, there was quite a few programs, especially within law enforcement, that came to request these honorariums. But budget and finance, I mean, are sticking with the resolution that was made here by council, that it would just be that under 1,000, which is the 500 that we approved for Rosebud Fair, 500 that we approved through, I think LNI or Christmas. So I guess our chairperson for the budget and finance, which is really pretty strict on it, he pretty much denied a lot of that. So out of the 3 programs that came, law enforcement was the last one to come with this resolution to try to get it passed through here. Now, we just approved it to come to council for discussion. If we were going to approve this, we would have to withdraw or amend that resolution that we did to stick with that $1,000 a year. So that's the reason why it was brought here. Now, I on budget and finance did question that we have this every year. We have a recognition from all programs, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's administration. So I was hoping that we looked at a lot of those dates and see what we can do to try to adjust either the manual or even the resolution to try to maybe assist our people to help with. I know in law enforcement, it helps with retention. It helps with also bringing in more officers. So a lot of discussion need to be, I guess, brought up in there. So that's the reason why I was brought up in here, and I was supportive of bringing here, but that's what our discussion is. So, but anyway, thank you.
Sherry and then.
Thank you. No, I think we all agree that it's something that needs to be recognized. It's just a matter of our manual and getting it put in there and the amount. And I was asking just for what you said. Are we going to need to rescind that motion if we go forth with this? Is everybody comfortable with this amount? And my colleague mentioned too that sometimes there's different days too. Do they all fall under law enforcement week, or is there special corrections office weeks, telecommunications week? That's why I wanted to sort them all out. Yeah, so are we gonna honor them every time and then the cops only once, or is law enforcement? I don't know. I guess I just want to know how we're going to categorize this, how it'll be categorized, and like Councilwoman Boyd-Landrieu said, the funding source, and I do think that there should be something that states that if it's in their budget, just because I don't want us to be on the hook for paying this if we can't afford it.
Have they gotten this at all? This clear?
No. I mean, the only thing authorized for this year are the influences of that's the next.
So then we have it, in their budget for the $2,500. So that would be like 1,000, but did they get those $2,500 already?
Some programs only have given one out, some programs have given both out already. Not sure about these ones. Some gave both out already.
What would happen with the JVC who came forward and was advised to do their 500? Would they, since they're listed in this, what would happen with that? Would that then be pulled back and they'd get their other 500 and then they'd be included in this? How would that work?
If they've already received their 1,000, nothing going to get an additional offer. So if they authorize this, and this would be on top of that.
But if they've gotten their 500 already, then they would get it.
They're not going to get another one.
So I don't know if we could make amendments to this and to say for FY26 with all those amendments done in the manual. Toltz and then Tammy and then.
I agree with everyone, you know, they do deserve it, but we need to make sure that it's in their budget. And if we're gonna do this, we need to make the amendment today, so that way they can get orthopedic process, but we need to make sure that they put people in their budget, that they keep them in their budget, especially this next fiscal year, you know, we might be running on continued resolution. Let's hope we are, but we have to always look out for that too. Trump's still in office. Thank you.
Tammy and then Ben.
Just for clarification, I'd like to know, did JDC actually get one already? There's like all kinds of discussions going on, so I'm not too sure if they actually did get one or did they not?
I can't tell you for sure. All I know is that all the programs got at least one. Some of the programs opted to get their second one already too. I'm not sure if JDC did or not. Some of them did.
Oh, I'm not talking about the 500 bonuses that we do, but just specifically.
No.
for this one? Okay. So none of these are going got it already? Okay.
No.
So, this is for dispatch, adult corrections, JDC, EMS, and law enforcement. And these are, programs that we depend on a lot. I would approve it if we can amend it to 1,000 instead of 50. And as long as it's in their budget. And is this gonna be for, like with the cost of living portion of that, for all employees going forward, that were employed before? I mean, because they helped us too, so I don't know, it's up to you guys, but that's just my recommendation.
Treasurer, what these are 638 programs, do they have this bonus budget in there?
To my knowledge, because it has not been authorized, I don't think any program has this in their budget.
Because they're 638.
If you approve it, you're gonna have to do budget modifications to put it in their budget.
Well, it should already be in their budget.
It's not in the budget because it's not approved. County has been approved of this $1,000, 500. Those are in their budget. This is not anybody's budget because it hasn't been approved yet.
Will we have to cover it with out of general?
No, I mean, if you approve it, then these programs are have to go back and do a budget mod to include it in your budgets. Most of these programs have it, and you can do it, but it's not in there now, they have to do a budget mod. But they do have the money. The only problem that we have when we do stuff like this is you open the doors for everybody. The next ones that's gonna come here are your health professionals. After your health professionals are gonna be your educators. It's just on and on. And that's the problem, Wayne. A lot of our programs right now have the money to modify to do these, but not all of them do. So that's the only thing I want to bring up.
Okay, Ben, Michelle, Tanya, then Tammy.
All right, thank you. That was one of the things, I guess, for us as council and then also on budget and finance was kind of weighing that decision because, I know we want to stick to what we want to put into our policies, but at the same time too, help our programs to, again, retention and bring people on and actually keep people. But it was request at the chairperson that if we were going to approve this, not to have it go into effect till next year, only because we denied majority of these programs already to get this. And they did bring the budget to say what's in their budget and they were able to approve this and stuff. So, I got to commend our chairman for the budget and finance to really be a stickler to say no, really sticking with $1,000, 500 one time and 500 another time. But again, a lot of these programs have come to say that this helps with retention. It helps with just keeping our employees there and also, benefiting a lot of families and stuff. But it's really tough, I guess, for us to try to put something into play and to stick with it. Because again, they all came to say that this was always done every year. And I know I've seen them here many times here at council that we recognize them, whether it's law enforcement, adult corrections, the ambulance service, people like that. So again, the educators and also the administrators, there's so many people, so many of our programs that need that, I guess, recognition. So that's where the discussion would come into play here. But again, up to our financial institute and also the budgets and stuff, that's where it's going to come, because it's all going to come back to budget and finance again to try to do that. So those are just my thoughts and then my concerns. But at the same time too, we need to discuss it to help our programs so they are not lacking service, or not services, but people to help our people, I guess you can say. So that's just my thoughts on it, and just to relay from what the Budget and Finance chairperson has kind of requested last week. So, but thank you.
Michelle?
Since we're having a discussion, I'm gonna throw my 2 cents in.
Madam Chair?
I feel like these are public safety officials and they work nonstop, even when there's administrative leave, they have to be there, they have to work, and I am going to say that if they have it in their budget, that they do their budget model, that we do approve them for this, because we give money out for all kinds of things. And we're giving money out for all kinds of things, and these people work hard for this tribe, all of them, I know they do. And I know that they would appreciate it. So I'm in full support of giving them money that helps them, because like Ben said, it does help create retention within these programs as well. So, thank you.
Good morning, council. I just wanted to add in there that if you guys approve this, whatever amount you approve at, that you remember the APP employees, because they too are also out there in cases of emergency, like all hours of the night. Like last night, they were in my community because one of my community members got their roof completely blown off, and they were all out there. Then we had a propane leak because the gas line got blown and everything. So just something to think about. Tammy and
There was an email that went out, not too long ago, and I read a lot of the comments that came back with that email, and, regarding bonuses, cash awards, they wanted to them and whatnot. And in my opinion, I honestly believe that, these need to be given back to the director, and maybe just put a cap on the amount that can do it and how many times a year. Because like one of them said, you know, they can't, if it's 500 straight across the board, then they're not able to evaluate their employees to get to that number of 500 straight across the board. So everybody's getting good evaluations. But that's maybe something for a personnel committee to look into, and we're going to start giving some stuff back to our directors and our directors.
their discretion.
Yeah.
Votes.
The one thing that I wanted to bring up was evaluation. Are they being done on the directors? And are the directors doing them on the employees? You know, because Rosebud Fair is coming up, and boy, they're gonna push everything through, evaluations, everything, just so everybody can get that. And you know, these workers here do deserve it, but we do know we have some employees that treat our people horrible. They don't even respect them when they come in, they don't even greet them in a good way. So it's really important that these evaluations are being done, who's making sure they're being done. And I think we need to find an evaluation tool where the employees can evaluate their directors anonymously. Not to criticize or anything, but to make the programs better also. But I want to throw that out about the evaluations. You know, we need to really be on top of those because we work for the people. We need to greet them with respect. I was just at a funeral, and 2 young boys lost their mother, and one of them stood up and talked, and he said, "My mother taught me and told me, remember when I'm gone, you treat people the way that you want to be treated, you know, be respectful." So people working with the tribe, they're working for our people. Treat them in a good way. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Tammy and Ben.
Well, I was gonna call for the question as amended if there was no more discussion.
Ben.
Thank you. So, I mean, I guess for me, this is a resolution that come into play and, you know, we're gonna be at conflict because there's a resolution already conflicting with it. But, you know, as much as I support this too, as far as we want to move forward, I hope we won't, I hope it doesn't, I guess, well, it's gonna conflict anyways with the previous resolution. So, and I do want to support this, but this is gonna actually have to be put in place there. But this is just for this group of people. And like I said, there's others out there, educators and administrators, you know, things like that. So we would have to do the same for there. But I guess the whole, we would have to discuss it more, either in personnel committee or maybe the budget and finance, I guess, to try to get it to where everybody is going to be satisfied and we all can try to get the funding necessary to go in those directions. But so I'm just making sure that we kind of reflect on this resolution to determine whether it's going to go through, we're going to go through with it. And then just for law enforcement, I would support it. But, you know, again, too, it's other entities out there too, I mean, other programs. So that's just what I want to make sure that we know what we're doing here and not, I guess, cause any confusion, I guess you could say. And I know the treasurer would probably have to get a lot of this straightened out, I guess, as it moves forward. But so those are just my thoughts on this particular resolution. But again, I am supportive of it, but we just got to make sure we go in the right direction with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly say something because there was a comment made earlier about, this comes here every year and it always gets approved, and I think that's amazing that we can do that, but if it really is an annual thing that should be happening, I was wondering what would be the best process long-term, maybe a policy update like people have mentioned, or send it back to committee like people mentioned. I think giving the discretion to the directors is really important, but I think one thing that kind of goes around and keeps us going around in circles is the fact that the two other ones that we talk about often are at Rosebud Fair and Christmas or a holiday time. And I feel it's really hard to give a merit-based or a scale type award at those times, because you want to give every family, regardless of whatever, the same holiday bonus or the same, you know, fair bonus. Whereas maybe then we need an additional one that can be merit-based or evaluation-based, so that a true evaluation can be done and it's not just giving everybody fives across the board to get them the highest amount. So I just wanted to ask maybe somebody from committee, personnel committee, if they would be willing to bring that back up, or at least identify areas within our current policy that we could insert something like this that addresses those things, giving discretion to the directors, maybe changing the amounts or giving flexibility, but also addressing it from a budget standpoint so that when they're doing their annual budget, they can give appropriately, because it might be a different amount based on law enforcement when you're on task 24/7 versus, you know, maybe somebody that's not. So I would just want to make those suggestions. Wayne.
Yeah, thank you. I think if the policy is there, then let's stick to the policy. If it needs to be changed or we want it to change, then let's send it back to committee and identify those departments like those 24/7s that have always been labeled separate from a lot of the different policies. I don't remember it being 1,500 every year. I thought it was 1,000, but if you guys, you know, we've changed the policy back to 500, then I guess that's what, in my opinion, that's what we need to do, unless you change it properly and then not just from the floor. The committee should have caught that, but the treasurer knew that those budget mods hadn't been done. They should have been requested that the mods come here so that we have it done all in one shot. And so I just, I'm totally in favor of giving them a bonus. They do work hard. They are our 24/7 programs, but let's just do it within the policy. And if not, let's change the policy.
Bill, Mary, and then
I believe it was towards the end of April there in the budget finance meeting, a motion was made to refer this topic to the personnel committee to amend the manual to include national recognition days and do research on the budgets, and it was passed. And so I did mention it to the chair, Mary, and never needed to put this on the agenda and get it gone over and stuff. So she just said, okay, and that was here just a couple weeks ago. So the next meeting, I'll have to make sure it's on there. I'm going to go that route to get that changed. So
maybe, was it finance and governmental affairs should meet together? Personnel, yeah.
ABC.
Personnel. Sherry, you're not.
I was just gonna make a suggestion that maybe we
task our personnel director with drafting something and getting the resolution brought forth, and then maybe we'll have 16 tomorrow or later in the afternoon, and then we can pass it, and we won't be violating our manual. I mean, what, half hour of her day? Okay. Oh, we're still on this resolution, so. Take that out. Should we table it and then have her work on that and bring it back to us either late this afternoon or tomorrow? Council? Okay. I'll make a motion to table 26. Did that budget and finance motion get over to HR? That bill right off? No. What? What day was it on?
Sheriff, make sure they stress the national awareness days. It's not somebody has.
Okay, Sherry, motion to table?
Yes.
Seconded by Tammy?
Yeah.
Question by Wayne. All in favor?
If you can bring it back this afternoon.
Yeah.
How are you voting? 11.
Opposed?
Zero.
Voting.
3. 4.
1104, motion carried. Okay, Sherry.
Okay, we do have enough to change the manual.
Do you want me to make that a motion? Okay. I'll make a motion to direct the personnel or HR director to amend that personnel manual to include National Public Safety Telecommunications, National Correctional Officers Week, National Law Enforcement Week, National EMS Week. To include an additional bonus of $1,000. For all public safety professionals, for dispatch, adult corrections, KPC, EMS, and law enforcement. An additional bonus? Like in addition to the 2,500. Treasurer to have the HR director amend the personnel and policy procedures to include dispatch, adult corrections, JDC, EMS, and law enforcement with an additional bonus of $1,000. If they have it in their budget. Yeah, National Public Safety Telecommunications, National Correctional Officers Week, National Law Enforcement Week, and National EMS Week. And for her to bring that back to us this afternoon if she can. For resolution. Just throw in the secretaries too, huh? And to include the admin professionals week as well?
Yeah.
Thank you. And if you want to give discussion back to the directors, why don't you say, to include an additional bonus of up to $1,000 at the director's discretion? But that's up to you, sir. Maybe for the merit one that Councilman Boyd was talking about. Okay. And then for the secretaries, 500. The admin. Bring practice out to you. there a second? Wait, no, wait, I need a second to your motion.
I'll second.
Seconded by Bob.
I got a brief question. When they say law enforcement officer, does that include game fish and park officers too?
Yeah, you want to amend it? Okay.
Thank you.
Be careful not to get threatened to get beat up last time you did it. Include a program. Okay, I have Totes and Chris. Your hand for up.
No, I was just for clarification. I believe that was for the, that was whenever, JDC we presented that, asked that to go to personnel, right? Or was it for the resolution? I'm pretty sure it's when JDC came, because then the resolution came a week later from, law enforcement, and, I'm just trying, I knew that they were separate, though. Same thing.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Tammy.
Chris. Thirteen,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Ben.
Go ahead, quick. Can I also get a, it's gonna be kind of a bit more too, with that, request, I guess, with the motion, can I get a request also from finance about how many budget modifications are going to have to be, done, with this, I think as we move forward, only because, that's just gonna be coming to budget and finance, and we're gonna have to, I guess, approve quite a few of them and also relay that information to them. So that's just a request, or maybe even a thought, I guess, down there to pass this, because there's gonna be some budget modifications that are gonna be coming out from these, from this, so that's just my request.
Council, could we take a 5-minute break? I've got to hook up with this.
Sure.
There he is.
Well,
There he is. All right.
Wayne, would you give them the
Okay, council, we'll go back in a session. Starting with resolutions, we'll begin with economic development. All right, motion for approval of 2669. Motion by Sherry, is there a second? By Tammy. What did we do into the record? Okay. Start with the seventh, whereas Resco and GS3 have developed the proposed project and estimated budget attached. There's no budget attached. The stuff isn't attached on here. And incorporated by this reference, collectively, the proposed CPRG project, which will include the installation of 3 electric vehicle EV charging stations located at the Rosebud Community Blue Building and the Rosebud Casino Fuel Plaza. The Superfood Turtle Creek Crossing on Highway 18 in Mission, South Dakota. The purchase of the selected electric vehicles, including transportation vehicles and electric garbage truck, and contractual costs, GS3 management development costs, engineering design and support, equipment and installation costs, and Resco administration fees. And whereas the proposed CPRG project is intended to reduce air pollution and greenhouse gas emission on the reservation, lower fuel and operating costs, improve transportation efficiency, and advance the tribe's environmental stewardship, public health, and sustainability goals. Whereas the implementation of the proposed CPRG project requires approval from the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Therefore, therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has reviewed the Resco Board of Directors' recommendation and the scope of the proposed CPRG project and finds that the project is in the best interest of the tribe and its members. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves and ratifies the recommendation of the Resco Board of Directors to implement the proposed CPRG project. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes Resco in coordination with appropriate departments to proceed with the implementation of the proposed CPRG project, which includes the installation of 3 electric vehicle chargers and the purchase and deployment of electric vehicles consistent with the approved grant and law. Be it further resolved that the Tribal Council authorizes Resco Board of Directors, Resco Executive Director, and the Tribal President and or their designees to execute any agreement, certifications, reports, and other documents necessary to carry out and administer the proposed CPRG project with the applicable budget. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption. Just for some background, this was written back in the Biden administration. It was approved when President Trump took office. These funds were held up. They got released. They were changed. So originally they were going to do 5 charging stations, and now they're going to do 3. And I'm not sure where the budget's not attached. If you look at the top, this one, economic development in February. Was that going to be with our TP funds?
No, it's not the TP, it's the CPRG fund.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Emily. All in favor?
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay, next one, 2026-44. Motion to approve 2644. Motion by Sherry, is there a second? Bill. Read it into the record.
6, whereas the Tribal Economic Development Committee has the authority and responsibility to review and recommend Tribal Council approval of economic development plans and projects initiated for the benefit of the tribe, and whereas on February 17th, 2026, the RST Tribal Economic Development Committee made and passed a motion to approve and forward to council as emergency legislation a resolution to authorize Rosebud Energy Services Company, RESCO, to apply for Climate Smart Communities Initiative grant in the amount of $75,000 to $115,000 due March 12th, 2026. Is it still valid? I remember this because when this went through committee, we had some concerns about it and we asked if we could change it.
She has a couple more resolutions for that. She wants to ask permission to apply for some gas for maybe continue until tomorrow when she comes.
That sounds good. Shall I table or shall I just, yeah,
And ask him, will you table this?
yeah, or not table it, but I'll withdraw my motion.
That's it for now. Rest cool.
There wasn't anything else for economic development? Oh, you asked a question. That's what we
did.
Yeah. I'm just wondering where it was
You have enrollment? Call board, Emily, did you want to call Skylar for that?
Madam Vice Chair, Skyla's not available. She's out of town. At first she said only one was time sensitive, but after review by the Secretary's office, it appears all are time sensitive. So they asked if we could present them. If there are any questions, maybe we could take those questions overnight and come back tomorrow.
Madam Chair, I do have stuff for enrollment. Sure. Place? Yes, ma'am. License for enrollment. Was it Totes? Oh, Charlie.
I'll bring them on. Sharon and Charlie aren't here.
Chair, do you have that resolution for the vehicle?
That's the one I'm.
A motion for emergency legislation.
Wait now. Enrollment?
Yes.
Mike is blind. She's bringing the enrollment ones over. Right now, we're just.
Oh, I was like, am I blind? I don't even have a tax number.
I know, that's what I was. While we're waiting, I wanted to let you know that the enrollment committee did make a recommendation for the director position. We did make a motion to forward on the applicants for interviews and along with our recommendation. So we do need to make a motion today to set a date for interviews for the applicants that you all need.
You want to do that first? Or?
Yeah, we can. While we're waiting.
How many are going to be interviewed?
3, I believe.
Can we add them to the casino meeting here? That afternoon?
That would be good if that works.
The 24th would be the 24th.
Oh, do you think we're gonna have?
Are you guys a lot of people going to be gone?
Okay. A lot of people might be on that day, but I can try it.
But are any of them, are they all local?
Yes,
Okay.
they're all local applicants.
So if we don't get a quorum.
We can just do it unofficially, even if we don't have a phone.
Yeah, yes, if you guys want to.
No, I'm just.
If not, we could try to set up for June 30th. Looks like there's nothing there, or the 29th. Probably the 30th would be better.
30th.
I'll be busy for the shareholders meeting. Okay,
Should we try the 24th? Oh, the 29th?
That's also shareholders meeting. Okay, I will be gone, but
29th shareholders meeting?
Today's shareholders,
Yeah.
the working session and then the shareholders.
29th and 30th?
The 29th, but just, yeah. Only do the 19th. The 19th, yeah. Let's do tea. Holiday. If we added that to the. What do you guys want to do? Should we try for the 24th and then maybe just a backup date in case that doesn't happen? Sounds good. So I'll make a motion to set the, interviews for the enrollment director on June 24th in the afternoon.
Okay, at 1 a.m.
Or
1 a.m., 1 p.m.
Yeah.
Might be here then.
I'll send it.
Got a full quorum.
Motion by Sherry to schedule a special council meeting for June 24th for the enrollment director interviews at 1 a.m. or 1 p.m.
To add them to the
Agenda.
casino agenda, yeah, casino meeting. Yeah.
At interviews for enrollment director. To the casino or.
Second.
Ben, by Ben. Any discussion? Question by Chris. All in favor?
Twelve,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting.
one.
Motion for emergency legislation. Let's see, motion for emergency, second. Your number is 130. Second, and Cowboy.
Second.
Okay, question. Any question? Emily. All in favor?
Twelve,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting.
one.
What's the number? 130. 130. Motion to approve 26-130 by Sherry, and second by Ben. Need it in for the record. All right, seventh, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Enrollment Department has been authorized to procure one program vehicle to conduct outreach efforts in all 21 recognized tribal communities. This vehicle will enable staff to deliver enrollment services directly to outlying areas, ensuring greater accessibility for tribal members who face transportation barriers. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Enrollment Department has adhered to the RST procurement policy by advertising 3 separate times, once in the Todd County Tribune and twice in the Winter Advocate, for the acquisition of one program vehicle for service, delivery, and outreach. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Enrollment has received only one bid from Beck Motors in Pierce, South Dakota for the purchase of one 2024 GMC Yukon at the cost of $60,000, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the sole source purchase of the one 2024 GMC Yukon from Beck Motors. Would it be considered a sole source if they did it?
We did this finish because nobody bid on it, so
Okay, should we keep that language in there? Yeah. Okay,
that's fine.
it's fine, okay. For the total cost of $60,000 to be paid out of enrollment outreach contract number A25AV00419, and be it further resolved that the tribal council hereby authorizes the S on that. Authorizes the tribal chairman or official designee to sign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof as amended. Discussion? No. Question by Emily, all in favor?
Thirteen,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting.
zero.
Motion carried. Okay. Motion to approve resolution 26-121. Your packets. Thank you for Sherry. Is there a second? Tammy? Fourth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to enact resolutions of membership pursuant to Rosebud Sioux Tribe Article 4, Section 1J, and where the Constitution Amendment C, effective September 20th, 2007, provides that all persons that provide three generations of legal descent born after April 1st, 1935, to a member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, regardless of residence of the parent, shall be eligible for enrollment in the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and therefore it be resolved that all pending applications for enrollment shall be subject to the resolution in Article 2, membership of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. These are not legal descent. Yeah, right now.
They are legal descent, but they're under a quarter. Because everybody enrolled right there.
Oh, yeah, over a quarter.
Over.
Over a quarter. We were discussing some time to review. That's it.
Are we reviewing all of them? Just that first one?
Just that first one. questions or concerns on 121? Discussion? All for the question. By Bill. All in favor?
Thirteen,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
One. By Sherry, for the second. Annie. Time to review.
Can I ask a question? Since this one was below that threshold, was there a minimum amount that was maintained like the last one?
Yes, I think it's one. There was some concern about that too, and one thing.
Is there any recommendations from that?
We were recommending at least 5 or 10, but we wanted the council to make that decision and then see it.
Yeah, we're doing within the quarter. No. No.
Yeah.
Peter, I mean, I had a quick question here. Let me find it and lost it. $152? Child is the same as the parent? Is that right?
Oh, no, that one is corrected, I don't know why. This is the spiritual one. Wait, no, it's, the child is, yeah, remember we found that in committee and we corrected it? So it's the moms that needs corrected. 30 seconds is, 9.3%.
Okay.
I just doing that. Yeah,
Because I saw that feature.
yeah.
So, and then that one? Yeah. And that, yeah, and then the parent.
Yeah, so it's, the mom that needs to, her percentage is wrong. We go as amended, then I'll get it corrected.
Does this give us any sooner to some of that backlog that we have had for a while? Like, is this up to
Yes, this is all the 23s. I'm working on the 24s now. Yep,
So this will get us current 20.
yep, we're getting caught up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Emily, all in favor? Opposed?
1,
Not voting.
0.
12-1-0, motion carries. Motion approved. 123 by Sherry. Second. Emily.
This one is an adoption.
We're gonna read it in. We don't need the. Oh, can we read it? Sorry, for the record. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to enact resolutions of membership pursuant to Rosebud Sioux Tribe Article 4, Section 1J, and where the Constitution Amendment C, effective September 20th, 2027, provides that all persons can be provided 3 generations of lineal descent born after April 1st, 1935, to a member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, regardless of the residence of the parent, shall be eligible for enrollment in the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And be it further resolved that all pending applications for enrollment shall be subject to this resolution, Article 2, membership of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
One applicant.
Any discussion? Question? Question by Tammy. All in favor?
123?
Yeah. Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
12-0-0, motion carried. Motion to approve 124, 26, 124.
She fell
24?
asleep because they asked her to start.
Motion by Sherry, second. By Wayne. Do we feel reading on the chair? That's okay, it's the same as the last resolution. Read the reading. Any discussion? Wayne. Discussion? Call for the question. Chris. All in favor?
Ellen? 12,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
12-0-0, motion carried. 125. Motion to approve 26, 125. For a second. By Bill. With the same. Yep. Waive the reading. Waive the reading. Any discussion? Call for the question. Emily. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
These last two are relinquishments. Motion to approve 26, 126. Carrie, for a second. Tammy. Start with the third whereas in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Constitution and Bylaws, Article 4, Section J, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has the authority to enact resolutions or ordinances not consistent with Article 2 of this Constitution governing the adoption and abandonment of membership. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council did create under RST Ordinance 8004 the Tribal Enrollment Committee, which reviewed the attached requests of relinquishment from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council did approve the request of relinquishment from membership of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to the Winnebago Tribe. Any discussion? Call for the question. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0. Oh, what?
12-0-1. Carried. Thank you. Last one, 27 and 126. By Sherry. And if we waive the reading, it's the same as the last. It's really question. Is there a second? Bill. We'll waive the reading. Any discussion? Call for the question. Chris. All in favor?
12,
Opposed?
0,
Not voted.
1.
1201, motion carried.
The council wanted to discuss the, director, all, or should we just keep rolling with, resolution?
It's up to you if you want to, if you're in committee, then do you want to just give them some information on it or?
Kind of wanted to, but if we could.
Then,
I'm giving those
Jeff.
to you.
What?
Is he back there?
Oh, can you pick all the enrollment points up for Darlene?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
That's what these are.
Yeah.
Sit him out.
Yes. I think the enrollment papers.
Just off there, right?
Yeah.
These enrollment papers.
Yeah, that's good.
Here from that missed meeting. Lila is out of town, So if there are any questions that we're not able to answer, we might have to pause those until tomorrow while we can get an answer for you. Can you help me pass this out? Please. I'm just gonna start at the top and go from there. Is it okay if I start reading while they're getting passed out, or would you prefer to have it in front of you?
Was it an emergency?
All of these are gonna be emergency because none of them went through committee. And I apologize, like I said, we did not meet on the 4th. We did meet on that last meeting of March, but we did not meet on, May. We did not meet on.
Emily moves for emergency legislation. Second. Carrie. Question. Votes. Favor.
Opposed, 0,
Not voting.
2,
1102, motion carried.
Motion to approve, we forgot.
131.
26, 131.
Just kidding. Motion by Emily to approve 131, 2026, 131. Is there a second? Ben. Go ahead and read it into it.
Okay.
She has more.
Okay, 6 drafts.
She has more.
So we'll have to amend this since it did not make it to the House board, so maybe that would be the. Yeah, this whole stack needs to go off, just leave me the top ones, okay? Leave me the top ones. And then we can- Okay, sorry about that. So like I said, it did go through Health Board, so we'll have to amend that. So council has recommended the approval of RSP Health Administration request for the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to authorize, forget that first part we need to be removed. To authorize and approve the engagement letter and fee agreement, Grander Law LLC, to provide legal services, counsel, and advice and representation to the RST Health Administration in the amount not to exceed $10,000 at the rate of $350 per hour in 1/10 of an hour increments, plus reasonable expenses. And whereas, dispute resolution, any dispute arising under this agreement shall be resolved exclusively in Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court, unless the tribe elects to proceed in another form. The tribe does not consent to arbitration. The tribe does not waive sovereign immunity. Nothing in this agreement shall be construed as a waiver of the tribe's sovereign immunity for any purpose. Each party shall bear its own attorney's fee and costs in any dispute. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Board, we'll scratch that, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to engage letter and fee agreement. Now therefore be it resolved that the tribal council hereby approves the recommendation of approves the engagement letter and fee agreement from Brander Law LLC to provide legal services to the RST Health Board. And be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or their designee are authorized and directed to execute any and all related documents to sign and execute the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Board. We'll take that out.
About the health board, amended to
As
about
amended.
the health board. Did you council have a petition resolution on the same Grander law that came through?
I'm not aware of one, but I don't know. Is it on our ratification list?
Is that White Plains law?
You know, when these copies are ran off, they should make, I don't know about anybody else, but on my backside, I don't even have what was just read off. It's a whole different copy on the backside. And I'm kind of leery of plus reasonable expenses. Gee, that could be anything in this resolution. It has the 10,000 at the rate of $350 per hour in 1/10 of an hour increments, plus reasonable expenses. What does that pertain to? Could be anything. Is it? Is it?
I don't know.
And then under number 4, the retainer, it says $1,000. And under the rate, it says $10,000 for retainer.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Would you guys like to note those questions and ask over tomorrow, or is there?
Did you go over this, Eric?
Yeah, I had some questions. I had some questions that, actually, they initially asked me to review it. I looked at the cell number that's on the agreement, and if you look at the agreement, it's a prefix. I looked it up, it's for Wisconsin, prefix code. So I called that prefix to see if they had this firm was licensed in Wisconsin, and there's wasn't licensed in Wisconsin. So I sent the email to Skyla, I asked them where is this firm licensed at? And apparently the answer is Colorado. As far as being licensed in the state of South Dakota or Rosebud, I didn't see any that they had applied yet. And I also asked if they had a business license. If we got a business license, Rosebud business license, we wouldn't need that dispute resolution language because they tend to the jurisdiction of the tribal court when you buy a business license. But we've hired these law firms without business licenses before, and they got them later. So that's why motion to table.
Second.
That would be the only thing I would ask for is, should they have a business license?
Motion by Sherry. Yes. Motion by Mike, second by Sherry. Question. Tammy, all in favor? Oh,
0,
not voting.
2.
Carried. Okay, the next one is number 2.
Sorry, guys, my packets are all in a mess here. 1 second.
You're going to get email Skyla and ask her to send a revised agreement with that container change and ask them to verify that they're applying for SOBA and a business license and send letters. And then go back to the desk.
That'd be great. And then just real quick on that same note, since they're licensed in Colorado, is there a reciprocity agreement with South Dakota and Colorado?
I don't know how reciprocity of Colorado works. For a state like Nebraska, if I wanted to practice there, I could just have an attorney in Nebraska file a motion with the Supreme Court and pay the fee and I'd be. But the reason why you don't get admitted to other states is because you have to comply with their licensing standards. Some states require CLE, some don't. Like South Dakota doesn't, but North Dakota does. And you have to have mandatory CLEs for your license to expand.
So maybe we could check on the legalities of that since he's not licensed here at all, right?
Well, they could get licensed and try to court. A temporary license pending the next exam. But they have to apply though. That's what my question is. How do they?
On June 5th, I did sign a business license for Brander Law LLC.
Oh, they haven't been.
So I signed that on Friday, June 5th.
We just need to verify their SOBA application.
So maybe if we could do that overnight and bring it back up tomorrow if there's no issue.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to number 2, if that's okay. Motion for emergency legislation.
Second. Sherry, question. Votes. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Who's the 2? Really left for the day.
Oh, okay.
These two.
Oh, yeah, and motion to approve 2026-132.
Okay.
By Emily?
Yep, I'm ready.
Question, or second, I'm sorry. Need a second. Bill. Go ahead and read it into the record.
Okay, Resolution 2025-128, approve the proposal to contract for $425,480 annually through Public Law 93-638 to operate dental services at the site of the former St. Francis Dental Clinic, which was awarded active 1/1/26. And whereas the Indian Health Service reimburses reasonable pre-award costs for new Public Law 93-638 contracts prior to a new contract, such as this one. And whereas the mission statement of the RST Health Administration includes the statement that we will partner with allies from a variety of backgrounds who share our same dream, and in accordance with that mission, the RST maintains an active memorandum of understanding with the Massachusetts General Hospital. And whereas the Massachusetts General Hospital approved costs of $58,914 to assist with planning and preparation of a successful RST Public 93-638 application, visits to the clinic site, coordination of the pre-award process, and related work. Whereas IHS has deemed the pre-award cost approved by Massachusetts General Hospital as allowable, and reimbursable to RST as pre-award costs for the newly awarded contract, should RST pay Massachusetts General Hospital for those costs. Therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves payment of an invoice for $68,914 to Massachusetts General Hospital in pre-award costs for the dental services contract. There's no contract. There's no contract, and I have the same agreement attached. Vendor law.
Brandon law.
Vendor law.
Yeah.
So when I originally asked Kyla, she said she was not going to be available, and that if we could just go with the Brander law one, because that was the most time sensitive. However, the secretary's office read through them, and they felt that they were actually all time sensitive due to deadlines and things like that. So that's why they're all being brought forward. Was there a motion to table that?
Second.
Motion to table by me. Rick Holtz.
Well, what's wrong with it?
We don't even have a contract.
There's a second to motion, Holtz's motion?
Yours don't have this contract?
Discussion?
Mine doesn't, mine has the same Brander law
I
agreement.
had the.
Holtz made a motion to table it because there's no, contract attached to this with Massachusetts General. It's what's attached to
You
the
guys have a
Brander law
contract on yours?
attorney one. Holtz made a motion to table. Is there a second?
Wayne does.
Mine does.
That's Brander, that's Brander law.
Yeah, we're on number 2, right?
No,
Oh,
yeah.
3?
We're on number 2, but we just did the Brander law contract and already paid it off. So it's a different resolution with the same attachments as a previous resolution.
So that should be a contract between Massachusetts General and
Yeah.
and the Health Administration, right?
Yep.
But this has the Brander law contract in it. So Holtz made a motion to table. Is there a second?
There's no discussion.
Give it a second, if there's gonna be a table. I'll second it.
Seconded by. Question. Tammy, all in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting. Michael Bona. All in favor? 8-1-2.
All in favor?
Wait, are you voting?
Aye.
Opposed?
One,
Not voting.
1, 2, 3.
9-1. Carried. Um, is, she gonna have time? I know that you said that, Director Fastbush is out. Will she have time to get us the attachments, or can her secretary get those for us so we can bring you back out to the floor? Yeah, we can help with secretary.
I know Mr. Denoyer has really been helping her. I don't know his official title, I think like assistant.
Pam is the helper secretary, maybe Madam Secretary, have her work. That would be good. That would bring them back for your comments. Bring them back and have her go through all of these, or? Or do you want to go on to the next one, Emily?
I don't know, it's up to you guys if you want to go through all of them and see if they all have issues or, if we wait, I don't know what will.
Might as well go through them.
Okay. Motion for emergency legislation.
Second. Second, motion by Emily, seconded by Sherry. Question, Totes. All in favor? Yeah, okay.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2,
1102, motion carried. Motion approved, 2026-133. By Emily, second. By Cowboy, go ahead and read it in.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration applied for and was awarded the Centers for Disease Control CDC grant called Tribal Public Health Capacity Building and Quality Improvement Umbrella Cooperative Agreement, and given the award number NU38T00024, and whereas the CDC invited recipients to submit applications for additional funding to work toward improving the quality, performance, and infrastructure of tribal public health systems and improving health within American Indian communities. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves application for the non-competitive supplemental under the CDC grant award number NU38T0 or TO0000024 previously awarded to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration.
Any discussion? Alternate question? Any question? No, no question. All in favor?
Wait, back. Eleven,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2,
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. That one did have a deadline application of 6/16, so they'll be able to get that in on time. Thank you. Number,
134, so motion for emergency
yeah, motion.
by Emily. Is there a second? Votes, question. Ben. All in favor?
ten,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
How many?
Did you include Bill left for the day? Bill left. And 02. Motion carried. Motion approved by Emily, 134. It's 2026-134. Yeah. For a second. Right. When we did it.
Okay, and then this one I just noticed on the attachment, these were due no later than Thursday, May 14th, so we may need to double check on the deadline of that one.
Maybe she applied for it already?
Okay, let's just keep it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has the opportunity to apply for the South Dakota Department of Health funding opportunity for a chronic disease management program through the Rural Health Transformation Initiative to address the leading causes of death and disability in rural communities by implementing chronic disease management activities. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves application for the chronic disease management program and the South Dakota Rural Health Transformation Initiative. And there is a note here that says a proposal was submitted but needs a resolution.
Okay, good, Jen. Take more than any discussion? Call for the question. All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1, oh, 2.
10-02, motion carried.
And then I'm not sure of the process, but I'm assuming once that gets awarded, then it'll come back with a budget and things like that. Okay,
We'll come back with the grant award if it's awarded.
thank you. Number 5, motion for emergency.
Emergency legislation by Emily. Second, Coates. Question, Sherry. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
10-02, motion carried. This is 135.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Emily. Second. Oh, Bill. Wayne. Wayne did one of these.
Wait, are you sleeping again?
Wayne.
Just kidding.
Go and read it in, Emily.
Okay, shall say where the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has the opportunity to apply for the South Dakota Department of Health funding opportunity for the Rural Strong Grant, strengthening access to care in rural communities through the Rural Health Transformation Initiative to address operational and strategic planning to build a more resilient and responsive rural health system. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the application for the Rural Strong Grant, strengthening access to care in rural communities opportunity from the South Dakota Rural Health Transformation Initiative.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Stan. All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
10-02, motion carried. Motion for emergency by Emily. Second, Coates. Question, Ben. All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
10-02, motion carried. Motion approved by Emily, 136. Need a second? Cowboy. Go ahead and read it in.
And just before I start, there's also a note attached to this one that says, this was awarded, but it needs a resolution to obligate the funds. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has been awarded funds from the Indian Health Service Tribal Management Grant Program for a 1-year grant to plan self-determination efforts for dental care, as well as funds from the Centers for Disease Control to meet public health accreditation board standards. And whereas both grant programs have approved the use of funds of an expert consultative firm to assist with grant activities, and whereas RST ordinance number 94-125 establishes a procurement policy and procedures for use by department and entities of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the procurement policy and procedures requires purchases of goods and services over $25,000 and over to be approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, whereas CCR Consulting Inc. has unique knowledge of both public health and dental standards and operational approaches for tribes as per the enclosed sole source justification. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council previously approved via resolution 2026-21, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration entered into a contractual agreement with CCR Consulting for $43,478 from IHS Award number D255IHS0511. And whereas the RFP approved via resolution 2023-403, the acceptance of federal award funds from award number NU38T 0000024 from the Center for Disease Control CDC, from which the CDC has approved the use of $40,000 for consulting with CCR to assist the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration in the success of the project. And therefore, be it resolved that the RST approves the use of $40,000 from CDC award NU38TO000024 to pay for consulting services from CCR. And therefore be it resolved that the RST approves the use of sole source contracting with CCR for these funds as justified herein. And therefore be it finally resolved that the RST approves the terms of the attached contract with CCR Consulting. And I'm assuming the contract was looked over by Eric? Can we just double check that, maybe? Just because it didn't go through committee, I just want to make sure somebody's eyes were on.
Is this our first time ever receiving this, or is this an annual award that we receive from the county?
It's like, I don't remember. For the counseling services?
Yeah, I've never seen any of these awards. I was just curious. What we received the full amount of this total award, or, I mean,
I'm so sorry it didn't come through committee, I'm not able to.
I mean, it's good. I just have never seen us get an award like this before, and I didn't know if there was a budget attached to the.
It's like is it a grant award or is it a contract?
The budgets that are attached are all zeros, so I'm not sure what well, I guess there's an approved budget there. I'm not sure.
August of last year. It must have approved this last year.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
You have a copy we give him then?
A copy of that?
Yeah. Number 6.
Here you go, Ben.
There you go.
This one didn't go through a committee, so we just wanted to make sure that you or somebody had time to review the contract that was attached.
Page is
There's a consulting service agreement. Starting on the 6th page is the consulting agreement. Prior to that is their just sole source justification.
table this one, tell me about it. The start date's August 25.
We'll bring this one back up tomorrow, Emily? Okay, yeah,
You want to withdraw your motion to approve?
I will withdraw my motion to approve whatever council wishes. There's one more, I think, number 7? 137? Motion for emergency legislation, please.
There a second? Question. Chris, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
1101, motion carried. Eric, she withdrew until we get more information. The motion to approve 2026-137 by Emily. I just need the motion.
This note says this resolution is for participation.
Participation.
Need the item 1.
137, is there a second? Ben. What, Emily?
Okay, stop there, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe House Administration is seeking approval from the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to participate as a recipient and collaborative partner of the South Dakota Continuum of Care, COC, services within the territory and geography of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration wishes to work collaboratively with the South Dakota COC grantee to expand services to eligible families residing within the boundaries of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Indian Reservation. And whereas the COC program is administered by HUB and is designed to promote community-wide commitment to the goal of ending homelessness, the program promotes access to effects by utilization of mainstream programs for homeless individuals and families. And whereas the COC is a concept involving an integrated system of care that guides and tracks participants over time through a comprehensive array of services. There is a comprehensive plan to organize, deliver housing and services to meet the specific needs of people who are homeless as they move to stable housing and maximize self-sufficiency. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration to be a collaborative partner with the South Dakota Continuum of Care. The COC will expand services to eligible households residing within the boundaries of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration will be able to apply for COC grant funds and join the geographic bounds of the South Dakota Housing for the Homeless Consortium for 2026 and subsequent years, until the tribe decides to form its own COC or requests to no longer be a member of the South Dakota COC. And be it further resolved that nothing in this resolution diminishes, divests, alters, or otherwise affects any inherent treaty, statutory, or other rights of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe over the property or activities described therein, or herein. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe expressly retains all rights and authority over the property and activities described herein, including but not limited to legislative, regulatory, adjudicatory, and taxing powers.
Any discussion? Have you seen the COC plan?
Did these guys come present?
Don't.
Thinking that they even presented to us because this looks familiar.
Have you seen it like last year?
Yeah,
I think they do.
yeah, I remember he brought a plan and came in.
Look at our tribal map for it.
Yep, it does.
Do you want to table this until some research and make it?
Maybe we can see what their plan is, or attachment of what. I mean, it's not like a good deal if they're gonna provide housing, but maybe.
So just see the attached plan. And then bring it back up tomorrow? Yeah. Okay, would you like me to withdraw or do you want to table? Withdraw. Okay, council, I will withdraw my motion and bring it back up tomorrow. Thank you.
Then there's some stuff about solar. There's 51, 52, and 53.
Are you done? Sorry.
I get a bigger head. Must be older because the numbers are double digits. We're in triple digits now.
Motion for resolution 2651.
Motion by Emily, is there a second? By Toby. Go ahead and read it in for the rest.
One, two, three, four. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Board has recommended. Okay, we won't do that one. The Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council will approve and authorize a service agreement between the General Hospital Corporation, DBA Massachusetts General Hospital, 55th Street, Boston. That's NC. 02114 MGH and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas MGH has proposed to provide administrative, clinical, and personal services to the tribe, under which MGH and clinicians remain independent contractors of the tribe, and the tribe retains oversight of the quality of services defined and provided under this agreement. And whereas MGH shall not collect any fees from the tribe for services to tribal members, and to the extent any services provided by the MGH clinicians represent a billable service to the tribe shall have the exclusive right and responsibility to bill and collect from all patients and third-party payers for all clinical services rendered pursuant to the agreement. The tribe has the authority to determine the charges for such clinical services. Tribe shall comply with the billing requirement of Medicare, Medicaid, and any other applicable public or private health care system. And whereas the agreement is not intended to create and shall not be construed as creating any relationship between the parties other than that of independent entities contracting for the purposes of effecting the provisions of the agreement. Clinicians shall not be construed to be employees of the tribe. And whereas MGH shall have and maintain at minimum the following insurance in full force and effect, covering its applicable insurance risks, interest, claims, and losses that occurring at any time in connection with this agreement. The tribe, RSD Health Administration, and its providers are covered by the Federal Tort Claims Act, FTCA, for acts and omissions arising from the program, services, functions, and activities carried out by the tribe under the tribe's Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, PL 93-638, as amended, the ISBEAA. And whereas in connection with the performance of the services under the agreement, MPH and the tribe agree to comply with all applicable federal and state privacy and security laws and requirements without limiting the foregoing, to maintain the confidentiality, privacy, and security of health information required by the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996, HIPAA, Subtitle D of the Health Information Technology for Economic and Clinical Health Act, and the regulations promulgated under HIPAA and HITECH as amended. Whereas this agreement shall become effective on the effective date and continue until June 30th, 2026. Oh. You might have to amend that. It's because it's June already, right? Yes. Or I'm assuming they've already done it. Okay, I'll just, sorry. Unless terminated earlier as provided herein or by the parties upon 60 days prior written notice to the other party. And whereas in the event of a disagreement between the parties regarding the services or the terms of the agreement, the parties agree that their chosen representatives will promptly confer in effort to resolve the parties' differences. This paragraph will not limit a party's right to seek or obtain any other remedy that may be available to it at law or in equity after such conflict. And whereas, notwithstanding anything to the contrary, nothing in this agreement is intended or shall it be construed to waive the tribe's sovereign immunity, and nothing herein is intended nor shall it be construed to waive in any manner or to any extent the sovereign immunity or affect the property of the tribe, whose immunity is agreed to remain fully intact and unaffected by this agreement. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Board has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council determined that it is in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux tribe to enter into the agreement and business associate addendum. And now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes a service agreement, the agreement between the General Hospital Corporation, DBA, Massachusetts General Hospital, 55 Fruit Street, Boston, MZ 02114, MGH, and Business Associate Addendum, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And be it finally resolved that the chairwoman or here authorized or her authorized delegate are hereby authorized and instructed to sign this agreement and any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution for and on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Discussion. Tammy.
Really, this one is like rated for June, you know, it ends this year and whatnot. Is this something that they have already been doing without a resolution approval?
I'll have to go back and look at my notes, because I remember when it came up to committee, there was only like 6 months, and we're like, are you sure you only want to do it for 6 months? And there was something along the lines of, well, the work that we're gonna do will probably, be reassessed or reevaluated at that time, but I'd have to go back in my notes to look at the details of that.
If you look on the service agreement attached on the sixth whereas, the MOU, it was in 2018, that was extended for an additional 5-year term beginning on August of 2022. Attached to the, it's called services agreement.
Has Eric reviewed the services agreement and the attachments?
I think he did.
She's right there, son.
Okay, I think he did. Sorry to answer for you, Eric. Do you remember this came to council and then we tabled it and asked for it to be reformatted? Because when I'm looking at the service agreement, see all the whereas in there, and remember we asked her to remove that and then bring it back forward and that Eric would review it?
So it doesn't want any of that to amend then? This is the revised one.
Must be revised because it started out where most of this entire service agreement was in this resolution. But I'm not sure if Eric finished that or not. Didn't need to speak for you.
And then I would just need to check with her about the dates, because here we are in June and it would expire in less than a month. So. A copy? Okay, sorry, what are we on? I don't have a copy of these. These were in our folder, the secretary's office. Thank you, Tammy.
Or just leave it in the folder?
And there's still 2 more resolutions in that group?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
52's in there too.
52 and 53.
Yeah, it's in there, right behind one of them.
Good afternoon, council. Just quickly on this MGH agreement, zero cost services, but it looks like the agreement is defined by this current document expires at the end of the month. You want me to go back to the vendor and ask for another different term to be inserted into the documents?
did you look at the service agreement?
I briefly looked at it. You know, it looks familiar.
On the sixth whereas, it had a 5-year term beginning August 2022.
Like, So this
Page
has
one. Yeah, page one. I don't know if this is,
the picture.
after the resolution, there's the services agreement. 2, 4 pages back.
If I'm looking at the right one, this one says the effective term is until June 30th of 2026. Let's get a revised document that has the correct dates, because it looks like the dates are
Yeah, they are.
incorrect. If you have a table, I'll see if I can get it corrected in time for discussion.
Go ahead, table. Table. By Sherry. Table 26, second by Totes. Question. Tammy, all in favor?
Are you voting?
Not voting.
Ted?
Opposed.
Delicious.
Dude.
Not voting.
Oh, no. Now voting will be two.
Opposed.
Oh.
Confusing.
Trying to get every job out of it.
And 0.
Okay, 0.
Oh.
Motion to approve 2652.
Motion by Emily, is there a second? Totes. Question. Oh, I'm sorry, read it for the record.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council wishes to delegate the task of planning the development of a playground on the house compound to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration, and therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves delegating the task of planning the development of a playground on the house compound to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration.
So this is just saying that they have authorization to develop a playground?
Playground.
Any discussion? Question?
Table.
Question by Sherry. All in favor?
Wow.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
All 0, 0, motion carried. Now we have 53
Yes, motion to approve.
by Emily, second. Cowboy. Go ahead and read it in, Emily.
Okay. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has been looking to prevent, test, and treat hepatitis C virus HCV, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has identified need to procure a gene expert HCV viral load analyzer to test for HCV for a one-time payment of $29,750 and 600 test kits per year at $17,940. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration is requesting sole source procurement through C3 Safety. And whereas the sole source justification is requested because the specific HCV tests and services being purchased are only available through this vendor. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council approves sole source procurement of that viral load analyzer and testing kits for that person or the entity for a one-time payment of $29,750 and $17,940 annually for HCV test kits to be paid out of the grant award number 1879T1I08870. And be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her authorized delegate are authorized and directed to sign any and all documents, maybe, related to the procurement of the tests and services.
Any discussion? Votes.
Madam Chair. Did these all come to us in a timely manner from everybody? Because if you look back on the quote,
December 25.
quote date 12/11/25, quote expires 2/9/26. Print date 12/11/25. And they're already doing this, which is good that they're going into the community. But, these all need to be done in a timely manner. But yeah, they're doing a good job. They're out there in the communities. They're getting this all done. But holy buckets, this stuff is done in a timely manner.
Sherry and then.
This one looks like it's been sitting in our folder since February, this packet. And I believe that, at least 51, 52, and 53 have been waiting for us, but since we had a lot of cancellations in March, and then May, we didn't get through the agenda fully, so we got back then. But I just wanted to mention that, and I know we've had a few colleagues in the past talk about taking a whole week and sitting down and starting from the very first committee and going through and doing not just resolutions, but our full reporting and having our committees being able to give full reports out on everything that's being done. I think that's something we should consider. And I know it'll interfere with some committee work, but I think that it's important to do just to get everybody up on the same page. And while I have the floor, I wanted to bring something up that I should have brought up during Economic Development Committee. During the committee meeting, we had a report from Micah, and 26 of the houses that we have through the formerly 100 Homes Project, 26 of them are buyer ready and land ready, which is really good. Over half of those houses. So there's still some that we need to make a plan on the rest. However, there are some some agreements that need to be signed. And there was a issue, Madam Chair did not want to sign those because she wasn't sure that there was a process in place, an official process. But those are really time sensitive. So I want to make a motion directing you to sign those purchase agreements. For the
I got a motion.
Yeah, but when we're gonna, if I could do that, okay.
Any other discussion?
I don't know what HCV is, but I want to be able to detect it. So you got a question or a second you need? So we can vote on that.
Madam Chair, can you set that date? Because we've been talking about having this special day specifically for things like this. Can you set a date, or do we need to make a motion? Because there are days we have 3 days on our calendar too, and maybe we can start utilizing 3 days for that. If not, we're just gonna have to put it on the day where there's committees, but it's really needed, because look at the solid waste one sat in there for since January.
Question on this resolution and then we'll go. Question by Totes, all in favor?
Wall,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Yeah, we can do a motion to schedule that. Is it, do you guys want to have it just for the committee chairs to give their reports? On those, I know you have like a report for governmental affairs that's waiting. And
I think like if we started with resolutions like we did now, and then leave our reporting for that end one, sometimes those discussions go longer.
we should schedule a special meeting for just the committee reports. Wayne,
Do we know who's behind? What committees are behind? I mean, I know Land and Natural's pretty much caught it.
upward.
Well, that's because you took up the time all at once. I think that it happens almost every other month, or you know what I mean? Like even when we get cut up, it can happen in that. So I just think like even if we had a motion on there that said the last business day of the month is usually free on our calendar, so I don't know if we could just have a standing motion where the last business day of the month, it's unscheduled for other committees would be our report out day or something like that.
I think if you'd want to schedule that continually for every month, that would be the resolution. But we could schedule special meetings for committee reporting only. Because if we're gonna bring directors in, it's just for committee chair reporting and giving the reports. I know Cowboy's always wanting to try to get to transportation, and Todd's always trying to get to tribal utility commission and so forth.
And it seems like when we get to resolutions, then we have to rush through the other stuff, and then sometimes we miss out on some of those talking points that I think would help. I don't know, fill in those gaps more. And I don't know, just real fast before we move on, are we gonna do reports? Or I have a request for a motion from regarding the board I sit on for health work. And I just wanna know if I should do that now or tomorrow. Unfortunately, my schedule has just been crazy and I haven't been able to attend those meetings as much as possible. And so I really wanna make sure that Rosebud still has an active voice on that board. I'm listed as a, alternate right now, so I was just going to ask if there's anybody in council who might have time within their schedule to serve as that alternate for the mini Luzahan Health Advisory Board. They are Wayne and Michelle are both on there. I just listed as the advisor or the backup in case they can't make it. But I've only been able to make like 2 or 3 meetings, and I just feel bad because I want to make sure that Rosebud is properly.
Technically, Tammy is.
Oh, good. Okay, good. That's scheduled. Okay, thank you.
For what?
No what?
Oh,
Well, nobody told me. Now I know.
Yeah.
No one told me either, so at least we're on the same page.
Out of order.
do we make a motion for that, just to make it official?
Yeah.
I hope someone will make it official.
We have the 29th.
Name it, you chairman? Or do you call
Yeah.
it? Was there?
I start writing on what you were gonna do, I used to gonna do it.
So I get the floor for that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sorry to be jumping all over. I want to make a motion to direct Vice President to sign the purchase agreement for all those who are ready to purchase their homes. Just so the council knows, if it gets to the purchase agreement portion, that means that they have, their home sites have been vetted, they've gone through a strenuous loan application. Everything has been verified and checked off with that office to make sure that they're eligible and meet the requirements.
Outside of the home site?
Yeah.
Okay, or the lots, or if they.
Yeah.
Okay.
They won't move forward, the loan agency won't move forward if there's no home site in place. Everything's.
Motion by Sherry, did you write that down? Yes. Seconded by Totes, all in favor? Question? Oh, question, I'm sorry. Question by Tammy? All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not one.
2.
10-02, motion carried. Okay, now with the committee weekdays. Committee reporting days, you guys want to make a motion for a special meeting on that? We have the 24th and 30th, or 29th and 30th.
That's because I said that, and it's the shareholders.
Yeah.
Maybe next month.
Should we do it next month?
Start on Tuesday maybe, and then.
So when will council be next month? The
Eight.
secretary.
July 8th. July 8th and
And the 22nd,
right?
And 22nd.
Like the 30th and 31st of July?
Why not the 10th? Budget and finance is on the 10th and TLE is on the 7th.
Budget finance, can you guys?
We can, cancel, economic development. Oh, Tammy, question. We can cancel economic development on the 7th. Then that's CLE too, right?
No, it would be the 14th, that second Tuesday.
It'll just be 3 days in council. Yeah. But that'd be all right.
The first day will be for the committee reports.
Are we agreeing with the 7th? Yeah. Motion by Tammy. To have a special council meeting scheduled for July 7th for committee reports only. Only. Okay. Folks meeting. Oh, seconded by Totes.
I just have a question. So earlier when we were talking, we mentioned doing resolutions first, since that would get the action items out of the way. Are we not gonna do that? Are we still gonna now do the, report first?
For today, well, we still have a lot of resolutions on this page.
No, I'm talking about next month.
On the 7th.
So when we originally talked about it was adding a day at the end, so it's gonna be after all of the stuff. And so now we would be putting it before all of our monthly.
So why thought you guys wanted the special meeting just for the chairs to do the reports?
Okay, that's what I was asking, so it would come before or
And
after.
if there's
my-
any action items, on the regular agenda.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Any more questions? Call for the question. Ben? All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
0,
Not voted.
2.
10-02, motion carried. Judiciary Chair, oh, that's Michelle.
She's not here, but,
She won't be here tomorrow. Right, kids? Are you guys?
no, by the vice is Bob.
You need the floor?
Get the resolutions that were tabled with whatever the questions are on them. And if you can allow some time tomorrow. So, I'll bring someone that can explain them.
Madam President, is it okay if you want me to kind of go through the notes that I have? I was talking a lot, so I don't have all of the notes that we addressed on all of them. Or would he like me to work with him after to get, because most of them just had to do with, attaching the correct documents or clarifying a few things.
Yeah, you can catch them up after.
One of them he was trying to clarify was on the Boston Doctor MGH stuff, but then that one became a little bit more problematic because the actual agreement is still in our folder for approval too, so.
Yeah, you can pick them after the
We
meeting.
probably want to do that one first. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Judiciary, oh,
I don't know, we can wait until Michelle comes back, but that would be on the next meeting, but unless you guys want to do these,
Well, you and Totes are here, right? You're on the committee.
you guys know what?
I trust her and Totes.
You're not gonna talk about the parents, so you can explain the organization. You're estimating.
Trust.
Roll call vote. This will be 55, 56, and 57.
yeah. Okay, so
Motion approved by Tammy.
2655.
Second. By Totes. Go ahead and read it in.
Okay, I will start with, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth, whereas.
Let's take out the 6th whereas. Oh, yeah, no, it didn't go to jurisdiction.
And
Okay.
Okay, the fifth whereas. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe has enacted ordinance 80-03 and amended to create the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Judiciary Committee to operate with participation in tribal membership and communities to develop and coordinate all aspects of law and order of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the RST Judiciary Committee shall review and recommend legislation for concurrence by the Tribal Council. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law Enforcement Services recommends the adoption and approval of the United States Marshal Service Violent Offender Task Force Memorandum of Understanding, USMS, and OU for federal, state, and local law enforcement authorities for the purposes of locating and apprehending fugitives and whose primary mission is to investigate and arrest as part of joint law enforcement operations persons who have active state and federal warrants for their arrest. And whereas each participating agency agrees to refer cases for investigation by the VOTF, Violent Offender Task Force, at the discretion of the District Chief Deputy. Targeted crimes will primarily include violent crimes against persons, weapons offenses, felony, drug offenses, failure to register a sex offender, and crimes committed by subjects who have a criminal history involving violent crimes, felony, drug offenses, and/or weapons offenses. And whereas the VOTF will consist of law enforcement and administrative personnel from federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, non-USMS law enforcement officers assigned to the task force will be deputized as special duty U.S. Marshals. And whereas if the Marshal Services receives assist or asset forfeiture funding for either one, overtime incurred by state and local investigations to provide full support to USMS VOTF, joins law enforcement task force, or two, travel, training, purchase, or lease of police vehicles, fuel supplies, and equipment for state and local investigators, the USMS shall, pending availability of funds, reimburse your organization for expenses incurred depending on which category of funding is provided. And whereas the MOU is in effect once signed by law enforcement participating agencies, they withdraw their participation after providing 3 days of advance written notice to the district chief, deputy, USMS, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Judiciary Committee recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to adopt the USMS MOU. Be it also resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the recommendations of our Judiciary Committee for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the adoption and approval of the United States Marshal Service Violent Offender Task Force Memorandum of Understanding for federal, state, and local law enforcement authorities for pursuing locating and apprehending fugitives. And be it also resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized designee to sign and execute any law document relating to U.S. Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force Memorandum of Understanding. This is the one, if you guys recall, that those tables and Eric was supposed to look at and review and go through all this and that, and then bring it back. Has that been done? It's in the binder, I'm assuming that it has, because we didn't read it.
draw a motion to pass.
Mike,
So, this is one that, it's being, senior manager of Marshal Service, and is that the agreement we're talking about here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there, one thing that occurred to me, this in no way, this is no way to just open the door for ICE to come in and start a competitive
No.
through the Marshal Service, are we sure?
No, they're not labeled in here.
No, but those agencies are together now because of,
Homeland Security.
yeah,
ICE isn't.
I know that, but I realize that. I just want to, talk a little bit paranoid about
From my understanding,
that might be, this agreement might be used, to.
From my understanding,
To show up here.
it does not allow for them to come here, they have to have
Does
their
it,
own.
does it specifically say that in there?
Yes.
That they are not, the immigration enforcement, uh, activities will not be allowed?
What activities?
So under mission,
So, hold on, I have Mike, Emily, and then Wayne. Do you guys want,
I just put this out here for.
It doesn't say, where does it say that? It's supposed
under mission.
in admission.
I guess I'm suggesting that if we specifically, be specific in there, language-wise, that immigration control activities will not be permitted under this agreement.
In the mission statement.
the mission statement says the primary mission of the task force is to investigate and arrest as part of joint law enforcement operations, person who have active state and federal warrants for their arrest.
Which could be illegal immigrants.
It doesn't say that.
I know it doesn't say that, but could it be interpreted by,
Should we ask Garrett?
I don't paint me paranoid, but
So we're allowing them to come here.
I think that the agreement needs to be quite clear that we does not allow any kind of that activity.
This is where,
Immigration activity, immigration control activity.
And it doesn't state that, Mike, but my main concern under the mission statement is that they can come on here to arrest anyone with state warrant, active state or federal warrants.
this is where we send stuff back.
Well, there are active searches and for all we know warrants for illegal immigrants, in Indian country. We don't know that.
Okay, Mike, I have Emily, Wayne.
And the Marshal Service and the Immigration Service, they work together hand in hand. They're United States law enforcement. They're required to work, cooperate with each other.
Okay, Emily,
Before I get to my point, I would also like to get Eric's opinion and strongly encourage and recommend that we have, at least in our language of our resolution, to include the things that Mike is saying, because not only is that a paranoid, possibility, it's actual reality in other areas where they are doing side agreements with certain entities to get around certain things like jurisdiction. So I really would want to make sure that we have that legally protected, even if it's just in our resolution language. Secondly, I just am concerned because after having the discussion and brought back and everything, nothing has changed as I'm skimming this.
Yeah.
And so I'm just concerned as why we're revisiting something when it's exactly the same as before, with the understanding that even though we wanted some changes and recommended some things be different, the answer we were given back was that is not going to be allowed. The MOA is as is. You're not allowed to change it in any way. So again, those types of things are very concerning for me, especially knowing that we would be the first tribal nation in our United States to do this. Not only the first, but the only to do this. And so those types of things, knowing what kind of administration we're under federally, I would really caution us moving forward with something like this. On top of that, we've all sat around this table talking about our current status of our entity. And one of the last reports that they gave, they were sending hundreds of cases north, and I think only 2 to 3 were even coming back with any type of response out of over 200. So that's a little bit problematic to me. If our only answer is sending them outwards or allowing outsiders in, we're still ignoring the root cause of a lot of our issues here. And I don't know how this is going to address that, especially if we're not considering anything about current management, recruitment, retention, or anything, because no matter what the agreement is, they're going to take direction and partnership with our entity. And so I still don't want us to lose sight of how can we best support that law enforcement office. Thank you.
Wayne.
So, I just want to, I'm gonna sit down so I can read this. So, in the bottom whereas of the BOTF, it says that this task force is deputized as special duty U.S. Marshals. And U.S. Marshals and, sorry, the other agency. But its primary focus is to include on state and federal warrants for violent crimes against persons, weapons offenses, felony drug offenses, failure to register as a sex offender, crimes committed by subjects of criminal history involving violent crimes, felony drug arrests, weapons, and other offenses. But it does not say anything about ICE.
But
And
this
then when you
thing-
go into ICE, if you look up where ICE is underneath, is the Department of Homeland Security. That is not the same hood of US Marshals and FBI. They are under DOJ, so that's a total different department.
But they work closely together.
They work what?
Closely together.
Well, of course they work closely together, but you'd have to have a whole nother MOU set in place in order for the other to actually do something here, not US Marshals. US Marshals are already here and they pick up people, and all they have to do is on the day of the siege of that said house for somebody who has a federal warrant, they literally only call Rosebud PD and say, we're in town, we're going to serve 5 warrants. That's it. They don't ever tell who they're going to, and they don't ask for any assistance unless they need help with traffic assistance. So every warrant served here is usually the FBI and US Marshals. So it's already there. But what they're going to ask for in this, apparently, is that they're going to ask to come down for all violent offenses, including drugs, failure to register, and criminal history.
And Totes and then Ben.
You know, we need to figure something out. Because we need help. We still have young ones missing. The drugs, so yeah. We have our own, killing our own. We have our own selling drugs, bootlegging, abusing in all aspects. We need to figure something out because we declared, we didn't, but our tribal president declared a state of an emergency without a plan. There's a plan in place now, so where do we go from there? We're a year and a half into this. And you know, that declaring that state of an emergency, holy buckets. Look at the weather we're in right now, and we have no reports on, this is kind of off the subject, but we have no reports on the 5 families that were displaced last year because of the tornado. Who's helping them? We don't, there's no follow-up or no accountability. Thank you. Ben.
I was just kind of curious, I think Wayne just kind of clarified that, but I know last time we were in this discussion was, I think when I first got on council, you know, I was going to ask Mr. Denoyer, he was still here because he's the one that requested it. And the only reason why he requested it is because, you know, they were going to come down and assist with Rosewood Fair, I think it was because they needed help to go out and look for them type of deal. But, you know, from there, it was a big discussion because again, they were coming on land and of course everybody didn't want them to be, we didn't want to associate with them because of the federal part of it. So now we're just opening it up more to say, well, now they can come down and pick up whoever they want, whenever they want. Now I'm not saying whenever, whoever, I'm just saying there's violent criminals that do need to be picked up. Now, I know we just got off the Zoom call with one of our people about how we can police in our own tribe. So we have the judicial system, we have the court system, we have our correction place, we have our law enforcement. So, you know, I know the violence, that's what I'm kind of having a problem with right now is, you know, we should be able to hold our own, but we're not. So that's my concern, and we're going to bring in federal agencies to come down. I believe you could probably go back as far as back 60s or 70s when there was a guy who was incarcerated for killing the FBI agent. So these are some issues that really need to be looked at, and that's why us as tribal government, you know, make sure that we are doing the right thing by our people. So, you know, these memorandums, agreements, they're good. I mean, we all think, oh yeah, we need them to get out here, we need to do all this stuff. But that's where we need to come in and police ourselves up also. But I mean, I'm always concerned when we have these things for the MOU, and again, it was brought before too, an MOU and MOA, the difference between that. So this MOU could be just vague to say, well, I can do this because you guys agreed to it, so I can do this. These things that what Mike is talking about is, you know, it could be construed into something different. MOA says they have to do it. They have to abide by this. You know, they can't construe it in any different way. So I understand the judiciary's part by trying to, have them come in to help us out to look for these violent criminals and take them to federal prison. I understand that. That's what needs to happen, but, we really have to be careful how this is going to go about. Because again, I'm concerned when they come on here. I think it was this week, they were all loaded up by the police department. Everybody saw them, they were going, so, and it is getting more violent nowadays too, with that shooting over to the west of us. Somebody got shot from Rapid City. I think that was brought up a while back here with a violent criminal that did a crime in Rapid City and was hiding out here. He was hiding out here for a whole year. And we were aware of it, but we just never picked him up because it wasn't our jurisdiction. I got more to say, but I'll just wait.
Eric said that he added an addendum to this, and he doesn't know why the secretary's office didn't add it to this.
An addendum?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eric, you have a comment?
I got you, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I did. I was going to ask, or let the council know that, I asked to be excused at 3:30.
Same.
And, can we replace that tomorrow?
Hold on. We have the, motion on the floor for this.
I'll withdraw.
You do you just want to table it until we?
Let's finish it.
No, let's table it, because it's, regardless, I don't think you guys are ready to approve something like this. And not only that, I mean, there's two others here.
The question I have, I didn't intend to derail it.
But you
I
just,
intentionally want you to derail it.
but I'll withdraw my motion.
I wonder if we could request the U.S. Marshals to come here.
They did.
Come talk to the council.
Hey, guys from here.
That
That guy's here, the liaison.
Yeah, this resolution. Okay. I have on my list, Mike, Tammy, Sherry, and Bob that are leaving at 3:30.
Are we recessing until tomorrow? We need a motion to recess?
I'll just recess.
I was just gonna suggest that, I think by tomorrow he can have what he brought forth ready for us, because
He's looking for it now.
so hopefully then.
So we'll bring them back on.
First, that addendum that's not attached to it.
Yeah, that's what I want to see too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Secretary's gonna make sure she gets that.
So we're gonna start with this conversation tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah, council will start with the conversation.
And just read it.
Yes.